Alright. Oh, hey. Are we streaming? Hello? Okay. Are we live? Hello? I gotta do the test. Hold on. Alright. Let's get the good old test going. I'm gonna have advertisement. Yes, I will. Alright. What the frick kind of advertisement is this? What the fuck? My dog is sleeping on my bed. Oh, shit. How's the dog doing? Is he, alright? Okay, I'm assuming that my microphone works. Alright, let's test the audio. Hold on. Alright, let's test the audio. Hold on. Alright, we're good. Sick! Alright. He's doing better? Hell yeah! Why is it every time I stream I get freaking messages all the time? Like, what? Back off, dude. Alright. How's it going, Bagel? It's cracking. How's your week going? Dude, this went by freaking quick as sheet. Alright, hell yeah. You still been, you been streaming? What you been streaming? Didn't you go live a couple days ago? I don't know how to play this game. Alright. I did some Hollow Knight. Oh yeah, I saw that sheet. You were doing what frickin' Pantheon runs some sheet. Don't really know what to stream at the moment, so I'm barely do it at the moment. Okay, I got you. That's how it be sometimes. I kind of, well, I would say I get that, but I don't know what the fuck I'm doing half the time. I just kind of like roll with the flow, pretty much. But when you're doing Pantheon 5, did I do that sheet? Oh, I did it 4, huh? Alright, we left off going through this big ass door after we fought that freaking bull, right? And then I was gonna go this way, and then we're like, wait, no, I'll wait till next stream. But we also have this way. So like, you mentioned today's stream will be pretty interesting depending on what freaking path I take. Now the question is, what the frick path am I taking?
Thank heavens. There's a go off thing.
You said, I guess? Okay, well, I mean, obviously this way is probably cooler. But like, what's this way? One might be more painful than the other? Oh, shit. Okay, well tell me this. Can I go through both ways eventually? Or am I locked to one? Hopefully you said it's not like... Oh, you said well. Fuck. You're not locked? Okay. You needed to go to both eventually? Ah, okay. So it doesn't really matter. Okay, what's more painful? This way is probably painful. I'm going this way. But one of them ends in a dead end. Okay, well, I'd look. Yeah, I want the dead end because
I heard
do I want the dead end?
put the armor on that big bugger from Taro.
Painful way. Let's go. Ah, shit.
Damned awful job. But it looks like
Alright, I'm gonna try and keep up with my deaths to stream. If I freaking miss one, let me know.
you just made him near impervious to blades. That is true, but he doesn't like that armor, and he sure didn't like me putting it on him. When a fight happens, it might come off easier than you think.
I'm not gonna lie, I didn't hear anything you said. I have been looking at the death counter ever. Oh, really? Oh. Okay, well, never mind. What the fuck is going on over here? Wait, no shot. This is the same way as before, right? No, there's no freaking way. It's the same sheet. Okay, how do I want to do this here? Do I want to just freaking go gung ho? Is this actually the painful way? It's not true. Oh, it is? Oh, shit. Wait, how the frick did I wind up back over here? Huh. Oh, yeah, because duh. Never mind, don't answer that. Don't answer that sheet. Yeah. Okay, well, I mean, obviously I remember being down there, but I forgot I never actually went up here. Alright, we should probably kill that guy with the freaking spear first, because, oh, I could just miss. That works too, I guess. This is key to a gatehouse located in the reservoir not far from the well. The wolf was kept in. Okay. If he got it right, escaped when he pulls it in again. Is not capable of stripping. Is he even capable of stripping an enemy's armor? Okay. Oh boy. What the fuck is that? Can I tell how many things you have without actually doing it? No? Okay, cool. Love that. I hear something, dude. Just freaking run down there. Stab him in the back, right? Before the dogs even know what the frick hit him. What do you think? Remember, you forgot the path? Let's see. Where dogs die. Oh, yeah! Thanks, sir. Probably gonna forget to use that anyways, but you never seen it like this before. Ha! Ah! Hi! Alright. Yeah, it's actually pretty nice to know. Alright, can't do that. She is 2 times! It's 2 times? Alright, good to know, I guess. Wait, is that dodge that scene? Just she's through. I deserve that. I deserve that. That's the wrong button. God, I forgot the body heal against you. Like that. Okay, I got. Oh boy. I didn't. I was close enough for that. How about let's not die to this guy? Wow, what a freaking way to wake up. There's no way you're not already done with parrying. What? Did you see how close this man was? No, you know what? Frick that beach. I didn't want to kill him anyways. I just died to the first enemy I saw. That's a bullshit. Alright, this is a warm. Remember, give me like, 2 or 3 hours, or like hour and a half to warm up, and then we're good. Look, he's not random, right? Everyone just goes back to the guy. What beach? I tried that shit. It didn't work. But then again, I didn't really give it much. I didn't try that hard. 1 hour warm. Yeah, see, there you go. Watching it home today. Well, no, originally I tried to go behind him, but she didn't work. You can't even get behind him on this sheet. Unless I'm like a god and I can fly or some shit. Oh, you know what? Watch this. Okay, I didn't mean to do that, but I guess it kind of works. Nice. Oh no, my homie's dying. Missing skill points every death off right? Yeah, fuck no. How in the world can you see me right there? What? Nah, frick you, Beach. I'm waiting. How the hell can you see me right there? This guy's cheating. God, this guy's. It's also a door you can just run through. See, that'd be the. Ah! No, freaking door. Went to one of blah blah. Basically, show come on the east. Okay, what else do I need for an upgrade? I think I already got that shit, right? Oh, I need that. Oh, I need that too. Couple of system looks suspicious. Heavy horn purse. Easy freaking shop I see. I'm pretty sure that's a shop I see. I really hope this is. Fuck, man. I really thought that was gonna be something cool. Saw she too. I was like,
Dare to another where you find
Oops.
the departed, you'll find the memorial mob.
Oh, this is a good spot for a shop, dude. Just chilling right here. Right next to a freaking restaurant.
Buy an offering.
What you got, homie? Yeah, I need 10
Where
more.
you find the departed, you'll find the memorial mob. Wherever your travels take you.
I don't think I had much money
Make
last
sure
year, did
you
I?
bring some offerings with you.
Some offerings. I'll think about it. Okay, I think this is like the. Those some big ass freaking crickets, my guy. Kill 'em. What the fuck is this thing? Those some big ass freaking crickets, my guy. What the? Guess. Let me guess. I gotta finish you while you're freaking dead, huh? Oh, you just gotta kill him twice. Get this. Oh, is this supposed to be the signal for the... I'm gonna sit here and wait. Okay. I can't see shit in this speech. Stay asleep, sir. Okay. A note left by a man rotting, blah blah. Supposedly the fragments of religion. That's how to. Reach the Fountainhead Palace. I just know it seems I know, bro. Stupid ass frickin' sheets. Yeah, I'm hearing so many freaking people, but I can't even freaking see them because they're freaking Jesus. Freaking, I'm getting inside them. I'm not getting inside them. I think I'm about to die. Okay. 5 minutes of commoners use so to do with some smoothies reduces terror buildup and increases terror resistance. Oh, that was good. Yeah, I don't know what the deal is with you. Like, If you just, I have to kill your ass twice, or what the frick's the deal with that sheet? Honestly, I'm kind of down though, not gonna lie. Should I even be killing you guys? No, there's no point in this. I blame that not being able to see. I can't see shit. Fuck you guys, I'm not even gonna kill you. You guys fucking pointless. Sheets. Fuck is this? Oh, you're a person. Are you guys gonna come over here and attack me? Fuck, I'm talking to you.
What are you doing here? Of all places. Ah, are you perhaps...
I don't get fucked by no terror. Oh wait, what did he say? Shit, I was talking. Shit. I don't know what he said. Can I get a rewind? Do you know what he said? He asked if you're a shinobi. Well, I technically am, right?
That's right. I thought as much. Might you be willing to take on a favor for me? I am Dojun. I've been tasked with the preparation of a medical treatment using the rejuvenating waters. I'll get to the point, my dear shinobi. This is a letter I received from the master.
I'm playing frickin' message boy. A one and blood sand letter from required one tough man, preferably a strong samurai or a young large soldier such as a member that must be delivered unharmed. There is music playing. What music is playing? What the frick? Okay, we're good. What the hell? This is a favor?
My dear shinobi, the details are in the document I gave you. Considering the nature of the information,
Is that music playing? Oh.
I think you'd agree that the less we know about each other,
What the frick is playing again? What the hell's going on? I'm getting hacked.
My dear,
Yeah, I'm assuming that you're, you know, leaning towards me fighting a frickin' some type of boss or some shit. Can you, like, where's this sheet to get up there? How did they really go all the way back? Okay, well, I kind of thought there'd be something cool up here, but I guess not. Did I miss anything? I did. Oil, probably never gonna use that. Oil, probably never gonna use that. Oh, almost missed the sheet. Frickin' beat you. Ow! Must be talking about frickin' bite down. So you can show me drug blue in color? When time is called for death by one of the samurai, you turn to the sword of themselves and the pride of all shinobi demands. This which means to be crushed in the back teeth that tied to the horse required for instruction is not limited. Wow! Alrighty. Crumbling offering tower. Here is the vessels of a Ashina clan executed after a great rebellion. May their spirits rest. Rip! Should I be going this way? Oh boy. Is that the favor you want? Oh, this is. Oh, look, an item. Okay, pause on this. Oops. Pause on that. Freaking away. I'll pause on that. We should get that item. But my guy, please, thank you. Oh, is this lead down here too? Oh, it always leads to the same sheet. Oh, what the fuck is this? Oh, this is what it just was. Oh, this is freaking who? No, 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 I forgot. I'm gonna check out this. Hold on. Is this, ooh, oh, I want that. Okay. Seems like now I got another checkpoint. Alright, now we're gonna check that out. That's not the right way. I kind of forgot. Never mind, it's right here. Oh, look, an item. I wonder what's gonna happen. I'm probably gonna fall down. Let's go check it out. Oh. Oh. Oh, why does that guy remind me of that one boat guy in Elden Ring? What do you think this is? Dark Souls? Yeah. Maybe that's the same company. Oh boy. Okay, I'm just gonna sit here and wait to see what happens. Okay, oh. Who's the person? Oh, hey, how's it going? My. Ah! Oh my. Okay, that hurts. Oh, see. Okay. No. Oh. Okay. Is this all you do is just spawn sheet? Oh, isn't that kind of boring? I literally don't know if dodging even work against these frickin' things. I'm starting to think it doesn't. I just pressed the wrong button. I don't think dodging does shit. I don't know what you're doing, but I'm freaking attacking you, sir. No, I'm not. Never mind. Okay. So, it turns out, I don't think blocking the wall is jack shit. Actually, it's not that bad of a route. Alright, here we go. We're gonna rack up some deaths. You're not killing that guy right now? It's not happening? Oh, for real? No, watch this. No, watch this. Watch this, dude. Get a free little hero here. You won't even know what happened. You won't even know what's happening. You won't even know it. I'm not even here, my god. No. So, do I actually take damage from infinite? No. Low-key, all I care about are the freaking victims. Ow! Okay, I see the whole terror thing now. Dude, is this all you do is just spawn and stuff? Is that all you do? Cause what's the fun now? Huh? Fuck that beach. I'm gonna forget about him. That's the only problem. If I don't kill him now. Well, dumb and then again you say it's not gonna do anyway, so. Fuck that dumb beach. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh, okay. Uh-oh. Wait, it's freezing in this game too? Uh-oh. Dude, this is so freaking dark in here. What the fuck? Oh. Get. Let's. What? Okay. Ah! Oh, wait 1 second. Oh, yeah. Ah! that, to be honest. Look, I should have got that. Promise commoners use those to reduce the terror. Okay. That sheep. That sheep. So, I think I might need to use the whole, reduced terror sheet, maybe? Whenever I go fight that beach. Well, I can't even take the stance to, impart human. Oh, okay. Dude, I feel like I'm missing so much sheet. I don't like this place, man. It's too freaking dark. I can't see sheet. That was a good strategy, Nick. How about Ah! Okay, not exactly. Not exactly. Oh, okay. Not. Let's. I forgot that was something else. All right. What does that say? What the frick is that? Yeah. So far, this ain't too bad. Oh. Oh, what the frick am I getting myself into? Oh, boy. I feel like I missed so much sheet. God damn it. But is this really not breakable?
You. Yes, you.
Oh, dude, sunlight. I forget what I do it. Oh, this is what's talking about? I thought it was from outside.
Buddha's teachings. They have abandoned their faith, seduced by a search for immortality. Should you be captured, there is no telling what would become of you.
Okay.
You would do well to return the way you came. However,
Okay.
I will not stop you from entering if you are determined to do so.
Okay.
But if you do, please proceed with care.
Okay. So pretty much you're telling me I'm gonna die.
I will not stop you from. But if you do,
So
I see you have decided to continue. We will pray for your safety.
oh boy.
It is the least we can do.
Oh boy, this sounds great. Oh boy, what am I getting myself into? Oh boy. Oh, this place looks freaking sick. I thought I was like gonna immediately put me in the boss or something. But they can't take his hands to blah blah blah. What's telling us? Look for everything, dude. Don't get freaking discouraged, man. Look for everything. Can I just like, hey, I'm not hiding here. That are you friendly? Okay, I can lock on you. It makes me think you're probably not. kind of want to like see their. Nah, frick 'em. Never mind. Each time. You can jump down and backstab people from midair as well. You can jump down and backstab people from midair if you target onto them. Oh, is that the is that the occasion for it? Shut your ass up. I'm assuming that's gonna lead me to that. I got a bad feeling this is gonna break. Ah! Ah! Oh, not those freaking guys again. Yeah, thank you for telling me that, Pickle, because I knew it was possible. I just didn't know the combo for doing it. I have no idea which way you're facing. I think you're facing that way, so I'm just gonna go for it. This is a kite? What's the point of flying this? What the frick is the point of doing that? What the frick is the point of doing that? Okay, thanks, I guess, I think. Do we do stuff with this kite later on? Way later into the game? Oh, okay. I was about to say, what the frick? No. Hope you didn't see that. Alright. Exactly. Nothing happened there. Alright, let me just double check what if it leads to the sheet I'm thinking about.
They left me here. Where did
Aw.
everyone go? Why did you leave Kotaro behind?
Aw.
What do I do?
I think I'm a freaking nice guy.
Why are you crying?
Everyone's gone. I'm all alone.
Oh, look at him.
Everyone? Huh? Who? The spinning red and white flowers. Only one pure white flower. The pure white flower I cannot find.
What?
My head hurts. Sorry. I have no idea what I'm saying. I've got to find the pure white flower.
God, that's a clue. White flower. He's freaking drugged, I knew it.
And I have to. Where could it be?
Pure white flower. I'll have to remember that sheet. Huh, okay. That's not the same place I was just at, right? Get your frickin' ass in there. Let me do some, just let me, test some sheet. Does this just lead to, ah, okay, it does. Okay, just had to make sure. Okay. Alright, pure white flower. Am I gonna remember that? Probably not. Oh my, there's a lot of you guys. Ah! 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 Oh shit! Wait, wait! I forgot the button. Summer Beach. Yes, I love it. Aha! Oh, oh, shit. Oh, shit. Okay. Jesus Christ. Oh, oh my God. Oh. Oh my God. These guys kind of kick. Okay. These guys are kind of scary. I didn't expect them to be so terrifying. Huh. Damn. Okay. What kind of movement is that? God, so many things to look at, so many things to do. See, I wonder if there's a skill to like combo. That'd be fucking sick. Like if they're all undetected, just fucking combo their sheet. Thank God, some frickin' healing for once. Okay, I don't know where to go first. I'm assuming that's probably the way for continuation of sheet. Oh God, there's a lot of you guys. Alright, I'm assuming that's probably the right way to go. So, you know what that means, we're going this way. Aha! Money. Antidote sheet, fucking sick. Look at me, fucking exploring for once. Let's go. Alright. Oh yeah, that's the sheet that I saw before. Oh, you guys come in here. Okay, how do I want to deal with this? Do I want to skip these guys or just fucking try and eat them all? I really don't want to fetch you guys all at once. I'm not gonna lie here. I don't strategically think that's a good idea. Knowing me, I'm probably accidentally gonna let it happen though. But let's just try and maybe like not let that happen, because that's gonna freaking hurt a lot. I don't really know how the frick to get you guys all the way though. I mean, I can kind of guesstimate like throwing some sheep, but I don't know if that's the best freaking especially because the throwing in this game is kind of freaking awkward. I could just backstab these guys first. Or I could just skip it all. I'm pretty sure we're gonna get caught here. Doesn't give a flying shit. Oh, I have to go up there anyways. Alright, I'm gonna kill these guys. The amount of times I've died at this point, I kind of need sheet. So we're checking these guys out. Forget one time though. I'm pretty sure they're gonna be able to hear me though. Just freaking dumb. No freaking. I was about to say no shot. You didn't hear me. God, these guys don't freaking play. Oh, like that shit. Oh shit! I have 4 levels. Wait, technically, if I go back, I won't lose my. I won't have these guys respawn, right? Freaking best believe I'm doing that sheet. Oh, dude, what was I gonna get at 4? I was gonna get. Oh, I was gonna get the freaking healing, huh? Or no, not healing. The what's it called? Hell yeah! What was it under? It was this thing right here. Increase the healing effect of recovery items. Yeah, and then we also unlocked this one too, right? This is freaking 5 though. Jesus fuck. Alright, well, you best believe I'm getting this sheet. Performing a certain attack that can quickly close or create distance. Okay, wait, what's this one? It's the same thing, right? Yeah, okay. So what the frick is this one? Performing a spinning leap attack that can quickly close. Taking a last one in side direction or rotate. Making use of both directions make this both offensive and defensive. While locked on, hold S and the opposite. Slash a target, then somersault away. That's kind of cool. That's pretty okay. I like how you can do sheet without having stuff freaking respawn, dude. That's freaking sick. That's the one thing I freaking love about this game so far. Just that simple mechanic makes this like game so much more enjoyable. Okay, so like, which way did you actually want to go? Yeah, I can kind of see it there. Duh. Dude, what the fuck is up with these? Well, you guys give experience. Freaking over here. I don't like this. Freaking free stuff though. I'll take that shit. I'll fucking take these motherfucking crickets any day, bitch. If that's even what the fuck you are. I don't even hesitate. There could have been like 7,000 enemies in here. I wouldn't even freaking notice. Can you guys shut the fuck up, my guy? Thanks. Thank you. Reese's potion taking time for it. Ooh. Okay, what the fuck do I want to do here? Can you guys shut the fuck up? I'm trying to. Trying to see if the other guy was running or not. Oh, he is still friendly. Okay. Hey, I talked to your homie. I don't know if it's the same guy, but. Lump of fat wax? That is the wrong button. That is also the wrong button. Do I even want to kill you right now? Ooh. Oh, so now you just want to become hostile all of a sudden? I don't want to kill you. I don't even know if I want to kill you. Damn. Get these stupid ass frickin' cricket motherfuckers out of this sheet. Will you spawn those motherfuckers? Like, I thought you were a homie for a second. Stupid ass, dumbass, fucking stupid fucking sheets out of here. Interesting place, okay. I feel like I missed a lot, but let's go talk to this beach. Are you the same?
Fruits of the serpent.
I think it's the same chick before.
There are two kinds. One is fresh, the other is dried. It's over there. The fresh one is over there. Over the cliff, through the hole. That's where you'll find it.
Fresh? What are you talking about?
Something troubling you? Rice for me, that's the way. Rice, I say. If something troubles your mind, bless me with rice anytime. Have any rice? Rice from the divine child. For one, it's a fool. That's right. If some less.
Okay. On the search for ice? Okay, now I'm already lost where the frick I've been at. What's over here? This is definitely new. Okay, can I open this? Okay, so now we're talking about this freaking cliff. Oh, that's okay. Duh, that's where I've been. That kite probably comes over here for now. Okay. Huh, okay. There's a lot going on right now. I don't know if I appreciate it. Okay, so what's popping over here? We got a homie with the freaking, I don't know what the fuck that is. Probably hurts a lot. I got some shit over there. We got a homie over here that I'm gonna freaking execute. Cause fuck you. Let me double check your theory. I think I fucked it up. 100% who wants to see me right here. Just cooking these turrets. Well, no, I knew that. I was waiting for it. I was trying to anticipate when it was coming up. And my anticipation didn't work out that well. Fuck no, I ain't doing that shit. Oh shit, do I really? Oh shit. Nah, we're professionals, dude. I'm freaking waiting. It's probably not a good idea though. We just want that. Nah, yeah. Dude, watch this. I know exactly what I'm freaking doing. Oh, I can't. Okay. Oh. Ah! God, I freaking suck. Shit. Oh, you freaking wall hacking him on the trucker. What we said about not dying. Alright, the thing has to be pretty close, right? But then again, we have a freaking revive. No chance there's not a thing here soon, right? Do I freaking bum rush this sheet? Nah, we ain't no beach. Okay, well I can easily just freaking assassinate this guy. And then that big guy is probably gonna freaking take aggression on me, and I'm probably gonna get freaking one tapped, but But let's do this, right? God, you look fucking sick. That big guy's gonna destroy your ass? Yeah. Wait, did you just throw shit? Yes, you did. Okay, so what's the plan here, Nick? You didn't really think this through. Do we just sit here and wait? Oh, dude. Big brain right here. Watch the sheet. You never seen nothing as good as this before. Oh, unless they programmed it to be the way I don't want it to be. Oh, is it really programmed like that? Oh, don't do it like that. Oh, you freaking beach. Oh, it's for real program like that? I thought he was gonna turn away when he was walking back. Man, that's some bullshit. He just sees you? Well, how though? Okay, let's try it again. Let's try it again. Dip way farther this time. There's no chance he saw me though. Not far enough away for him to be just. That's fucking dumb. What about here? I feel like this is far enough, even though it's not even that many steps. I really want to fucking backstep. I'm trying to die right here. Nice. No, we're doing this. We're doing this. We're not doing it. Just go from that. They go, bro. There's enough space. Yeah, but I'm freaking determined to do it this cheap. Watch this. Watch this. I freaking got this. You ain't never seen such a good player like me before. This is not how. Okay, forget. I'm using your strategy. Let's. I ain't dying from his dumb beach. Can you technically still backstab him if he's just looking at your sheet? I feel like that should be able to do that, right? Ah! I'm saying you to give me freaking healing though. You can't go underneath that. There's two of you guys? Whoa. Oh, freaking, I ain't fighting you. Fucking beach. Fuck it. Run it. Let me see that one. Dude, I didn't even know it was two. I didn't see that shit. Fuck this. I'm fucking Depp and Sea Layer, nerd. Oh, yeah, fuck that other one. Okay, let's see here. Let's see, is it this one? No, it's this. No. What was the teleport? That was this one, right? I literally just mentioned the teleport and now I forgot. Forgot English. That's no comment. Yeah, where was the other one at? It's in the castle? Oh, it is in the castle, thank you. I didn't know, I feel like it wasn't that far back. That's why I didn't really check it. You had like 3 different merchants already, so there's plenty of spots. Yeah, but this one's freaking easy as shit. Alright, so... Oh, what? I didn't check this stuff out! What the frick is this? Mass fragment? Have I had one of these before? I also have a red seat. I do. Thank you, sir. I thought I scrolled down when I went over here. Okay, well, I mean, I feel like we have to buy this. This thing's 5,000? I ain't buying that sheet. I am buying this beat though.
May the
I don't know
departed
why I left your shop.
care to purchase.
How much do I need? 400? How much is it? I think it's what, 1,010 for it? I'm just gonna use one of these. This guy who sells Gersi as well. I freaking missed one. I don't know if it's a good idea to buy this, but I'm taking a while to guess it probably is.
May the depart.
Oh wait, traveling. Oh, I knew that. Well, I thought I already got that one. You talking about the one with where I had that mission for the rats? Didn't I get the seed from that guy? Did you buy the seed from? I think I did. No, maybe I didn't. I think there was that one merchant that was on top of that mountain. I don't think I got his. But I don't even think I have enough money for that anyways.
You've got it too.
I still caught something
Oh, shit.
on the battlefield. Chest so tight. I must make an offering.
Oh. Don't die? Ah, shit. Oh no, I didn't get it. I did get it. I'm assuming the limit means what he has. Yeah, because I bought the firecrackers too. Look at me, I freaking did some sheet. Okay, I might as well buy your sheet. If you wouldn't mind, like, maybe not dying. I did feel like I missed one though, because I only remember 3 merchants. You said there was like more than that, more than 4 now. Oh yeah, I forgot. It's at the duh. Wait, you only needed 1 for the. Only 1 seed, right? Yeah, you seen about forming out? Yeah, I think I missed one. If everyone sells some shit like that.
I've been waiting for you.
Any progress?
Oh, I forgot.
Yes. I've found some answers. The source of the dragon rot is the stagnation in your blood.
What causes the stagnation?
The blood has only
I
a
totally
limited
forgot.
amount of power available to it. Let's say you've used all of this power, and then you attempt to resurrect again. The resurrection still occurs, but it must draw on power from another source.
From those that have the dragon rot?
I believe so. For those who have the dragon rot, the natural life force that everyone has, that allows
Wait.
them to live their lives and function.
So
as
you're
human
telling
beings.
me? Wait, I got some questions.
Their blood has stagnated.
Can it be cured?
Yes. By giving back what has been taken. Here you are.
Well, hold on one second. So you're telling me all the times I've revived, I'm like hurting other sheets? I'm giving them the dragon rot, or if they already have it? Am I reading that wrong? Using what sign here, recommend power from the between blah blah blah. Okay, so that's probably good for dragon recovery charm. With this charm, you can Or do I just have to restore all. Trying to contain some. Aha! Ah, wait, so the recovery charm allows Dragonmount sufferers to be healed from a what can be consumed to heal Dragonmount from all those affected. Doing so will cause the rot essence to disappear. Oh yeah, I forgot that corresponds to yeah. I should probably do that. I was supposed to do it another thing, not this. Oopsies. Whoopsies. Forgot the idol is this thing. Duh. The positioners are unlocked without consuming a blah, but we're still have to blah 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 blah. I feel like I should do yes, just because I'm kind of freaked up right now. Besides just freaking getting one, so. Okay, so what the frick is that? Okay, so now up to 30. Okay. Alright. Is this one? I don't know how I forget these things so often. Yeah, this is one. Okay. Alright, now that we got this, I still feel like I missed a lot of shit over here. What do I feel like I've missed? I don't know. I don't know why the song keeps like replaying on my freaking Spotify. What is this one? I got it right. What the frick is that shiny thing on there? Can I make this or not? I sure can. What the frick is the point of coming up here? Oh, that's the point of coming up here. Can I even? Oh. Sick. Does this work for? Ah! What? Did I hit you? Fast and unchecked. Ah! 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 Whoa. Yeah! 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 See? Wait! See? The one time I don't freaking dodge. The one time I don't freaking. Okay. The one time I don't freaking dodge. Show my sheep. Stupid ass, freaking dumbass enemies. Who the frick's down here? Oh, is that from above? Fuck you, beach. Oh, that was like a freaking heavy, what's it called? It's axe? Oh, yeah. Sheep. Oh, that was freaking anticlimactic. I thought I was getting some new sheep. Like, you know, I like making things difficult for myself. Oh, that's what it was coming from. Can I just freaking eat you off? That's a freaking no. I'm gonna run this man and freaking demolish this. You ready for this sheet? Ah! What? Yeah, yeah, yeah. Ah, ah. Fucking hate those Stupid ass fucking enemies. Shit. Can I go get that right now? Probably not, huh? Do I want to? Yes, very much so. Dude, why does this look so freaking cool? Like, holy shit. Okay, you already know I'm going for this. God, this is freaking. She's gonna be up here, huh? The fuck is all this sheep? Red and white pinwheel. Small pinwheel made of red and white paper. Found about halfway up this red and white pinwheel simply spins around and around. Everyone is right here. Okay. Oh, you got a white flower? Okay. Ooh. Oh boy. Hey. That's a big ass sword. Is this gonna be? I think this is gonna.
For the sake of put down the sword.
I will not.
You are a fool.
I totally freaking dodged that. Dodge that shit. What? I can't tell what's happening. Ah! Be stuck on this seat. Why can't you just something use my combo when I want to, huh? Why you gotta restrict me? What the food? Alright, I think my next investment is gonna be I'm gonna try and get the to get 3. I wanna get that freaking other variant of the thingamabob. Oh, that makes sense, right? I don't really like fighting this style, but basic heals on you already anyways, mortgage. The frick did I grab that? If you knock me off, I will be extremely upset. Alright, no shot I got this guy again, right? Can I like can I get a like a backstep on him maybe? If I like run quick enough? Oh shit, someone get a backstep on him.
For the sake of
Let's see, how am I supposed to know what is speed is, huh? How do I know when I can set? I totally dodged that. I totally freaking blocked that shit. Nah, that's some bullshit. First one, but Firecrackers Beach. Still, you know, I'm still not very good at not playing I keep pressing the wrong buttons, man. Your posture bar goes down quicker if you hold your block for a bit. Okay, but oh man, I thought that was what's it called? Boo! Gotta love the targeting in this game. Okay, you saw she, I was holding down E, my guy. It's bullshit. I don't know how the fuck you did that one though. Alright, it's no chance I die this guy 3 times. Kinda seems like the firecracker is just good for everything, dude. That's it. See, how do I know when I can set? Nice attack. I don't know how the frick my small ass sword can dodge that. Damn it. Nice job, Nick. Damn it. Damn it. I'm not a huge fan of the freezing. I don't know if you're not aware of that. What? I dodged that. I freaking dodged the shit out of that. What? I have to do it again? You mentioned something about, Jesus fucking Christ. Damn it, I dodged that. Or parry. God, whatever the frick it's called. Do I really have to do some stuff? I have to knock him off. I have to knock him off. I think I only got that because of... Damn. I don't even think I had to kill him. I think I just had to knock him off. Is there because posture performing a successful death blow? Ooh. Showing prepare for battles in which I am after killing an enemy once. Ooh, that's kind of cool. Hello, bots. That's a pretty cool little frickin' thing. Getting a lot of. I need to go upgrade my sheet. Alright, there's a couple items back there I want to fucking get, but I don't. Well, I'm pretty sure I missed them already.
Oh, this one is here. Oh. Man, what? Well, I don't need those shurikens. Oh yeah, I like that sheet. Oh. Man, go fuck you. I try to be cool. You guys are fucking punks. Beach. Hello? Oh. More of these guys? Okay. Ah! I even prepared for an attack. You said shit. What the fuck? I prepared for an attack and everything. Well, that's a bullshit. This is gonna be fun. How did you frickin' see? I mean, I saw you go down, but. Come on, my guy. Come on. Is that a person? That is not a person. Oh, great. That looks like fun there. Oh, come on, locking, please. Why do you have to move my camera and shit? Why can't you just... I'll not lock on to me. What the fuck can you move my camera for? Oh, I'm going against what I said. I didn't even notice I had 3. Not big. We're supposed to remember. What the fuck? Just kidding. This one. Okay, so what the fuck are the buttons again? So I can still do that, but now if I'm locked on, I can hold the S and do the same sheet, but just do a freaking reversal. Or do we save up for this? Well, it's still the same sheet though, right? Yeah, no, I can just... Okay, so now I gotta try it out. Hopefully that was a good purchase. I have freaking no idea. Do I still want to go down there, or do I want to go up here? I don't freaking know. Fuck it, let's continue to go down here. Maybe I can get that guy's attention and just freaking backstab his sheep. Where the fuck is that? Okay, well, this is pretty much a fucking free kill. I almost pooped it out. Thank you, sir. Balloon. Balloon. And what the fuck is this? A red ripe person? Ready to eat for a time allows you to when attacking or taking damage. Oh. God, there's so many fucking things to remember, man. Ow. Why can't you just have like 1 or 2 items? You know, why you gotta have like 7,000? I remember seeing this when I was over there. I missed a frickin' item right there, dude. Oh, that's where the other guy was. I knew I missed some shit over there. God. Do I want to go back for it? Target somewhere right there. Don't mess with those guys. Just freaking shoot fire and shoot. I guess I should probably use this instead. What the freak just happened? Yeah, I'm really making sure I'm not missing some shit here. Hoo-yah! Oh, I can shut my sheet up. Ooh. That's kind of nice. That is freaking, that's a sick ass upgrade. I like that a lot. I like that a lot. There's a freaking item over there. You can get up there. Can I actually just freaking grab right there? Can I get your... Oh, yeah. Ooh, treasure. Hey, you're right about this freaking fish. God damn. I didn't mean to jump down here. But, I mean, shit, I'll take it. Sick. Not. Alright. Oh, yeah. Oh, I got another one. Let's go. Oh. Yeah, that's all I do. All that for a freaking shark. Oh, shit. I just remember what is at the end of this area. I need some popcorn. Oh, great. Okay. Random question about popcorn, actually. Are you a type of English? Are you can't freaking speak right now. Do you like to butter your sheet or not? Like, do you put hella butter? Sorry. Damn. Damn. gotta play like that? Why couldn't you just walk into it? You guys just gonna fly for now? Oh, I'm freaking dead. I need to freaking pay attention more. I really prefer not fighting you guys all at once. Don't mind. Come on! Oh, thank God. Why am I even fighting you guys? So yeah, do you frickin' like dump hella frickin' butter? Or do you like put, you know what I used to do? I used to put a straw on, like when I used what do I get for talking? That's what I freaking get for talking. So you've been playing this game for a few hours now. Would you say you prefer this type of games over Dark Souls / Elden Ring? Prefer it over? I mean, it's kind of like a half and half. I never tried popcorn and butter. Wait, you being serious? I thought you were just capping. Wait, what? What combo do you like more? Well, I've played like many more hours of Elden Ring, so I'm still used to Elden Ring's controls, but it's, I feel like I need to really play this game like a lot to really make a decision, because I'm still used to rolling, as you can tell. I guess that's just a play style I'm used to, I guess, because of Dark Souls, all Dark Souls games. I think this is the first game I've played that kind of involves more frickin' pairing versus what's it called? So, oh, it's a hard choice. What the frick is over here? Oh, you guys are making that noise? What a freaking entrance, Nick. What a freaking entrance, dude. You fucking suck. Oh, you guys ain't shit. You guys freaking hurt. You guys ain't shit. What the fuck were you guys guarding? Nothing? Oh. Can't wait for Elden Ring DLCs. Honestly, me too. Oh boy. Alright, let's see if we can kite these guys around and then hopefully get a stab on this guy. Oh fuck, he's a 2? Shit. Pretty sure I can get him right now actually. Whoa! I pricked. What? I still got a breath. Whoa! What? Bitch, I pressed that shit when I saw the freaking red thing. Man, that's some bullshit. I want a freaking refund. I want a motherfucking refund. oh god. I definitely would suck at being a mage in Elden Ring, I'll tell you that much. Holy shit, bro. I am... The fact of having to press hella sheet freaking mind-boggling my brain. Yeah, I don't like this guy. I'm not a fan. Oh my god, dude, I'm not a fan of this guy. Can you freaking like, hey, shit. I'm not a fan of this guy. Not a fan of this guy. Is this the guy you were talking about? No, I'm not a fan of this guy. Hey, what's up, easy peasy? You fill the guy's posture up just by mostly blocking. Well, you don't even need to hit him. I mean, yeah, but that guy's easy as sheep. Oh, who the fuck are you talking about? Now I'm even more nervous who the fuck you're talking about. What's up, easy peasy? How's it going, man? This guy's easiest frequency to figure it out. Like 5 years. If we go the same route, just freaking wrap around. That guy didn't even mean to come this way, it's just gonna happen. If I'm not dumb, I can freaking get an attack in. Or I can get a stab in. I don't freaking suck. Oh, I forgot, it's disgusting. I need to do something. I mean, I'd really like to get a what's it called, but I don't really think that's happening here. Yeah. Now I'm stuck on Doom Prince and Dark Souls 3. I want to say I remember that guy, but I know I'm freaking lying. It's the guy when you fight the 2 demons first. I can't remember that sheet. Okay, so technically he's not aggressive on me. Now, could I lock onto him and jump off the edge? Would that be considered being able to freaking death blow stab cheat? Death blow stab? Guess you can get it back soon here, death blow. Oh, I forgot that. I said all I gotta do is just freaking target his sheet. Damn it! Fuck this. Oh! Oh, okay, that works. Ah! Fucking, oh Jesus, oh Jesus Christ. Can you move? Let's watch this. No! I thought it was cool, but I'm not. Oh my god, please. Oh my. Oh my. Please. Ah! I freaking suck, my guy. Holy shit. The ringed, oh, it's in the DLC? Oh, yeah. I think I know what you're talking about then. I kinda miss Dark Souls 3, not gonna lie. I just said that. Wow. Oh my god. Dude, firecrackers lit though. It works for pretty much like every freaking enemy. I don't know why I'm going this way all the time. I think it's because I already did it once, so I'm already kind of used to it. What the fuck? I didn't even press. When the frick did I press space? Surprise, bitch. We got it. Guess what? Yeah. Surprise, bitch. No, I don't want to do that. Hi. Oh. Yeah. 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 Alright, beach. Wow, beautiful timing. Are you gonna get the frick up? I don't know why I didn't mean to go for that attack. Okay. Jesus Christ. The one time I don't try and roll away whenever I'm down. Remember the boss resets if you run out? He's deathful? Oh. When you're on the ground, you want to stand up instantly? I feel like I feel like I got the rhythm pretty good right there, but I mean, just I fucking suck. Honestly, I probably would have spoke the same way. You would never left for a person like that? So what, you think I should just run up in there, stab him, dip out, run up in there, stab him? Just make this shit quick. I want something like that. And then just fucking say, see you later, nerd. Come over here for a couple seconds, and just wait, and then just fucking everybody's shooting their shit. Funny thing is, you don't suck. You're actually doing fairly well considering how many deaths you have. Oh, nice. This is how pros play the game, alright? This is all you gotta do. Damn it! I always pick that one up. The targeting in this game, or any game that involves targeting, just sometimes freaks me up every time. That made sense, right? Jesus. Okay, do a little couple on those real quick. A couple more maybe. I don't do well when it comes to people with fast attacks that realize in the game I play. I really don't do that well. But you suck at modesty. Thanks. I still feel like I get clapped by the big guy, even if I get this one is. Why do I keep going this way? That's the wrong one. Sneak attack breach. Exactly what I had planned. Apparently I have freaking grammar reactions. Jesus. Okay, a new strategy. Watch this. Here's this right here. No, I don't want to do that. Here's a strategy. Here's a strategy. Watch this. Alright, go right here, right? This exact spot. Okay. Sit there and watch for a little bit. Okay. Watch him, you know, let's get his blood flowing a little bit, right? Yeah. See, he's getting all pissed off, throwing his sheet up, wasting all his resources that he has infinite of, right? Alright, and just wait a couple more, right? And just fucking run down them. I was just kidding, then you do that, okay? And just stay up here again, still, just chill. Alright, then you're gonna, then you're gonna go like this, right? Then you're gonna go bop, 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 and then you're gonna go bop, 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 okay? So you can dodge that. Never mind, suck at the game. Bop, 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 bop. Okay. Okay, well, you're gonna keep doing it. Just bop, 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 bop. Alright, all you gotta do is just do that again. Bop, bop, bop. Bop! Shit, I pressed the wrong button. Okay, no, this is all part of the plan. No shot, that is going on. If it's not, look, if it's not the enemy, it's the freaking pillars. I swear to God. I know I could have went back to get the sheep, but look, I like challenge, okay? I like a challenge. Just jump over with red sack. See, that's boring, dude. Where's the content in that? I'll still hold your block. I thought wouldn't he break it hella quick if I freaking hold that sheet? My money's gone. My money was gone when I freaking got here. Did I have a death for that one? Shit, I didn't pay attention. I think I'm down to death. Oh boy. Alright, watch this. Is there a bunch to like not have auto frickin' lock after you kill an enemy with frickin' lock? Where's that? Can't you just let me live my life? Can't you let me enjoy my life, huh? Can I reach this guy right now? Would that be the logical thing to do? Probably. And I ain't no beach. I ain't no beach. Watch this. This is kind of fun. I'm kind of enjoying this. I don't think this is fun. Well, I was kind of enjoying the moment, not gonna lie. What? I was enjoying the moment. When I let go? Wow. Bitch, what? That's kind of fun. Alright, let's go back to normal strategy. Which I don't even know what the fuck that is. Exactly what you should have done, sir. Now, do I have a thing for that I'm gonna equip? Hell no, I'm gonna 60s damage. Fuck it. And that lasts a long time, okay. Stop it right now. You guys wanna come up here? I'm freaking down, man. I got no problem with that. I mean, at least I'm getting my sheep back. I mean, I ain't tripping. Kind of. Why I don't take your advice in jumping over that. Should probably do that. I think that'd be kind of logical. Or I can just do that. Whole fight. I really have no idea what's happening. Okay. What was the point of that? How many hours do you have in this game? 9 hours, you don't know actually. What was that? Look, I can explain. I think I've already spent an hour. What time is it? I've been live for 2 hours already. How the fuck was he so good last time? What happened? Thank you. Thank you very much. Why do I do that every time? I don't know why I keep doing it. Son of a bitch. I don't know if I'm ever gonna learn after dying 10 times. I don't think I'm ever gonna learn. I legit don't think I'm ever gonna learn. Holy shit, what the fuck? I know what I gotta do, my brain is like, nah. Fuck. Yeah. What? Okay. Works, I guess. $25.17 on this sheet. This is one. Why can't you just let me enjoy myself, huh? Why gotta be a beach? Huh? Why? Why gotta be a beach? Dude, when am I letting go of right click? I'm holding that sheet the whole time. Hello? When am I letting go of right click, my guy? I'm what? Bro, hello? I keep saying I'm gonna get that thing that when it shows my keys pressed. No, we're gonna do it in the hole. But what the boot? Oh, that's nice. What the boot? Yeah, I was feeling that run too, and then that kind of freaked me out. Whatever. Just feeling Mr. Krabs. Booped me up. Oh, why would I? Wow, what was the point of that? My God, I'm pressing that shit. I swear to God. I'm never gonna learn, my guy. I'm never gonna learn. It's never happening, Bagel. My brain doesn't want it to happen. I guess it's not happening. Technically, I'm not losing sheet because I keep getting it back. So technically, this is all just time based now. This is a fucking great start. Too late from that. So I was fucking 1 millisecond away from that sheet. Book. So what happens if I just run out? What happens if I just short here? Come back. What do you do? Now, can I technically just do that again? I'm never gonna freaking learn, bro. I'm swear I'm never gonna freaking learn. I swear I'm never gonna learn. I don't know what the fuck is wrong with me. Isn't there another guard here? Dude, I'm trying to jump, but my brain is telling me to freaking roll. I don't know why. Ride the wave. I know I gotta jump. I know I gotta jump. It's just my brain is on me to. It wants to freaking roll. Even, no matter how many times you tell me, it's my brain's like, nah, homie. I'm not intentionally trying to do it. I'm actually trying to freaking jump, but my brain just like, hey, yo, press shit. I blame Elden Ring. Spicy. The hell did I get that? God damn, homie. Freaking calm the fruit down, bitch. Shit. Is this still one more guy? Alright, Nick, you dumb fucking Dumbo. Come on, my guy. Oh, it's not dodge was doing that. No, you don't have any stagger. Oh, dude, I keep doing this. I don't know why I keep doing that. Bro, I don't know why I keep doing that. Once you figure out how to beat him, you're gonna smack yourself. Okay, well, my question is, can we talk about something real quick? When I parried him before, right, his sheet was going a lot quicker. And now I ain't doing shit. What the fuck did I do different? Because when I blocked like 2 of his attacks, his sheet was like almost full. Why is it not now? You're not getting the parries? What the food? Oh, well, I'm not standing though. I'm holding that sheet. Damn, homie. I got in my mindset because you mentioned something about holding when I walk away, so for some reason I keep thinking I'm having to hold the whole sheet or something. I don't freaking know. God, please, mercy on my soul. Get the fuck up there, you dumb bitch. Like, thanks. Okay, let's just calm it down a little bit, alright? No need to get so freaking hostile, okay? Just all take a chill pill. Ha ha! Ha ha ha! Did it again. I'll get it eventually. Okay, you said to hold that sheet when I run away? Oh shit, I was paying attention to my parry. Ah, I did it again. Okay, now I know what you're talking about. Okay, now I know what you're talking about. I understand now. I understand. Okay, I missed some in chat. You don't want to hold it if your posture bar is full and you hold block to this. Okay, yeah, I understand what you're saying. No, I got you. I didn't mean to hold. No, I got you. I misunderstood. Well, I knew that, but I didn't know that. If that makes any sense. I'm losing on marbles. When you lower your posture bar, and another thing is attacking you. You want to hold down. Yes, bro. Hell yeah. Both kind of extremely inside. No, I got it. No, don't worry. It just took me a second. I still suck at the jumping thing, but frick that attack. You ever jumped over attack? Yeah, frick the jumping sheet, but I understand the whole parrying thing now that I messed up. Hey, what's up, Drew? What's up, man? Did I death that one? I don't think I did. I was running away to test the, what's it called thing? The theory that my mind is blocking out. Also, this fight's making me understand this game a lot more, even though I have 9 hours on it. At least the frickin' pairing aspect to it. Welcome to the pain and suffering, Drew. We're dying by this guy like 15, 17 Brazilian times. Okay, now I got this, dude. Watch this. Now we ain't messing around anymore. Now we ain't messing around. No, I ain't messing around anymore. Now I'm about to frickin' business now, boys. I'll be talking frickin' business up in this beach. Where's the fun, man, huh? How would you freaking target that guy when this guy's in front of me? What? Oh, what the poop? This is some freaking quality freaking content here. I like this a lot. I don't like it anymore. I don't like this anymore. I don't like this anymore. Okay, that was worth it. That was worth it. Trust. All part of the plan here. Yeah, watch this go around here, right? Go that way, flick around, watch. Yeah, Okay. So I want to get rid of that small guy real bad here, but this game is ruined too. Alright, now we're speaking my language here. Alright. Alright, let's get a little reset over here. Alright, here we go. Fine. It's not fine. I didn't do it again. You better jump this. We got him to the second L fight. You want to talk about suffering? I want to do bosses. I thought I already used it. I didn't know I had a second one. I didn't notice I had that. Oops. Oh shit! I was looking at my chats. I did almost all the bosses the first playthrough and almost broke me. How many bosses are there? Plus, this is my very first Souls game. Technically, it's not a Souls game. I didn't notice I had a second one. I was freaking no. You know what? That's all your guys' fault. You guys freaking talk too much. I was wondering what the sound was like. Not resetting. No, I was just kidding. I know you're not, homie. I'm just joking. God damn, homie. Can you just calm down a little bit? Is the fire really not necessary? I don't think so. Why are you making this necessary? I want to explore Nick with some names of the bosses getting some fun. Yeah, I overheard Monkey, so I know what the fuck, I don't know what the fuck that beach is, but I'm assuming he's gonna be fun. I'm saying I'm fucking struggling with this beach. Damn! Oh, I forgot I didn't get a second this guy yet. Damn it! No, you know what? Fuck that. We're resetting. Oh, okay. Maybe we're not. Yeah, okay, I guess we're not. No more. Okay, fuck that. We're resetting for that freaking. That's low. Fuck you, beach! Damn! Okay, I kind of feel bad for that one. How is that realistic, huh? How come that? How is that realistic? Can't wait for the monkey fight. Do I even want to do this right now? Not really. Oh well. I'm not gonna survive two in this dumb beach. I don't want to try that. I'm not gonna lie. 'Cause if I get this, then I just need to run away. Fuck you, bitch. No, you can stay alive. You can stay alive. We're good. Okay. Alright, are you calmed down a little bit now? No, you're not. Maybe you are. Sounds like you are. Yes, you are. Okay. Watch you mess this up. Really target that guy, but I guess I'm doing behind this. These small guys so freaking much. I love these small guys. These guys are the best enemies I've ever seen in my life. Oh my god, I didn't do it. Yay! I did it. It's the wrong button! Ah, it's the wrong. Button. Whee! This way you struggle 1 hour every time you see one of these guys. I mean, pretty much. Pretty much. You're still watching, Jared. I hope you're. Oh, I guess I'm coming out here now. I hope you're enjoying my my suffering that I'm putting on myself. That? Ah, here we go. Ah, this is the one. I didn't need to use that right now. Okay. I want to wait a little longer, but fucking I guess not. What's your thing called? Maybe like, you know, maneuvering past a freaking pillar, if you don't mind doing that real quick. Thank you very much. Just use 2 potions and these dumb beaches. Oh yeah, I'll go ahead and burn me while you're freaking dead, beach. Okay, nah, that's cool. No, I freaking love that. There's no one more. I tried to jump. Shit. No. Oh, what? I was still in range of that? Okay, that was better. That was probably the best one yet. I was still in range of that shit. I thought I was out of that beach. Look, I knew I was gonna dodge there, but that was only because I knew I was kind of far away. But guess not.
Emotional damage.
Yeah, that's like at the perfect volume for me, dude. I don't think you guys can hear that well, but it's like the perfect volume, just in the freaking backgrounds. Okay, if we can not use 2 potions at the start of this bullshit, that'd be fantastic, my guy. Not sure if you're cool with that or not, but that's fucking good. God, holy sensitive. Is there a couple more guys? didn't have a good something there. Some excuse. Oh god, I made the mistake again. I didn't mean to do that. Dude, how many freaking times are you gonna do that, my guy? Bro! Bro! What the fuck? Bro! You're gonna be struggling wildly on this. Well, I mean, this is just practice. This one. My brain refusing to heal. I had healing left. I thought I had 0. Wait, how much do I have left? What? I had 2. I had 2. Wait, for real? What the fuck? Bitch, I thought I used 4 already. Well, all right. Hey. What, for real? Wasn't there? Shouldn't there be one more? Oh, there's. That's Jesus Christ. What, yellow? God damn! How long does she take me? God, this game's stressful. We just talk about how stressful this game is real quick. How many freaking black gunpowders do I have? Shit! Yeah, this game is pretty fun once you learn all the shit, though. I'll give it that. Can I go up here? Is that just used for sunlight? Okay, is that all this weakness? Jesus. Fuck. Shit, man. Alright, do I want to go back and get the sheet that I missed? Wait, is that the only way to come in here now that I think about it? Is there no passageway over here, is there? I just realized that. Oh, shit. I was wondering why I kept going this way when I... Huh, okay. 3 hours later. Alright, I kind of want to go back and get my sheet. Can I get back up there? Question mark? It looks sort of... Maybe this wraps around to it. Fucking beach. Fucking beach. What's that fucking wolf at? Oh my. Fuck you, beach. Fuck you, beach. Fucking in the fucking katana samurai sheets. We don't need that sheet. Open this beach. Yeah. Distraction. Yo. If we're, okay. Frick you. Oh, no, you think you're slick? That's the wrong button. Think you're slick. What the frick am I Oh, I'm on the rock. For real? That stops me? I can see this, man. Frick. Alright. Okay, what's that? Ow. You guys hold. You guys are guarding a balloon for. Alright, I'm pretty sure this leads up to this sheet. I practice a lot now. I've gotten better. Okay, let's not die right now, please. That's the wrong button. I guess I'm gonna push. That was the wrong button, but I guess that works. Okay, that was kind of anticlimactic. Alright. Okay. Okay, that leads up to that. Let me get this freaking sheet. The guy didn't freaking see her ass. Oh yeah. What the frick is this? Do I want to go over there first? Oh yeah, we're going over here first. Pretty sure this is the intended way to go over here. I definitely didn't check this sheet out because I skipped all this bullshit. Oh, this leads back to these mob chuckers. Do I even need to get anything over here? That beach ain't even that much of a problem. What the fuck were you guys facing? Okay. Pretty sure I can just get you guys all lined up for a freaking death. You want to die real quick? Thank you. Just found out it's happy. Oops, I didn't mean to hit you, man. I'm sorry. What? Somehow dodged that. What the fuck? What? What the fuck? That's new. I don't know if I yeah! I don't know if I appreciate that. Okay. Was I even pressing S right there? I deserve that. I deserve that. I don't know why I'm continuously attacking you, knowing that you're going to do that again. Let's not talk about that. Oh, I can't. I was trying to see if I can like jump over his attack when he was going to do that because I don't use him. Okay. Fuck! I should have checked behind that sheet before I did that. What the fuck's wrong? Sheet. What? When did that get there? What? Fuck, I'm running back in here to see if I missed an item. You guys hide and sheep? Oh, you guys are hiding sheep. What the fuck is this? I think I got this before, but I didn't. Can we use enemy and higher? Oh! 23, 2 point, go! Oh, yeah, you like that sheep? I am not fighting all you guys. Fuck that sheep. I refuse. I'm out. See you later. Alright, let me see if I can go sneak attack this freaking dumb beach up here. What the fuck is up here? Well, hello? I'm holding E, sir? What? Thank you. What the fuck's up here? No, I'm not here. No, I'm not here. Please leave message after the. Ah! I know, that's kind of cool. Oh, frick you, motherfucker. No way you dodged that sheet. Oh, frick. Woo! Why am I fighting you? You're the freaking worst enemy I've ever seen in my life. Oh, fuck you, beach. Fuck that stupid ass rat. Dumbass bitch. There's a lot of freaking homies here. Oh, I didn't even know what I was doing. Oh, okay. See you later. Another beach. Oh, hey, how's it going? Oh, not. Oh my. Kind of want to take it slow here because I haven't done a lot of. Oh my. I kind of want to go kill that fat guy, not gonna lie. Yeah! Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, dude. I really gonna go back and kill that guy for some reason. He's probably gonna give me a thing I want. But this guy's pretty much asking to die right now, so let's go freaking murder his face. What's up, little homie? I'm coming back for you. You're probably behind the tree still. Never mind, you're right there. That's not the same guy. Okay. Let's see if this works. Don't beach. Ah! Also, I saw your message about the duo fight, but I hope you're capping. Hope you're freaking capping, Biggle. Please give me a freaking thing I want. Oh, you didn't even freaking give me one. Freaking wasting my freaking time. What a freaking waste. God, it's gonna do a flashbacks. Dude, that freaking fight, man. Holy. Did I use a mimic for that sheet? Right. Fuck that stupid fight, bro. I thought it was stupid. What the frick way are you facing, my guy? Are you facing towards me? What the frick are you holding? Those look freaking sick. Are you facing my way, sir? I really can't tell. I'm not gonna lie with you. Yes, you're facing my way. Okay. So what happens if I just go over here? Would you notice me? Ah. So what if I went over here? Oh, there's two, you guys. I thought that was just one enemy with freaking two sheets.
The God's gonna do it, can suck it, dude. I fucking. I have 5? When did I get 5? Was that. Did I have 5 ever since I. What's it called? What's it called? So you tell me you lost aggression when I went over there, then all of a sudden now you're interested? You're not safe to your rest. I just found and killed the duo today. Oh, God's gonna duo? Dude, nice. Fuck those bosses, man. Did you use any spirits? Fuck this. Alright, should we get this? I feel like we should, because I suck. Hell nah, nice. Which characters did you play out of the 3 you have, right? Oh wait, I didn't unlock this till I got the sheet. What is this? Aw, I don't even freaking use that one. The sword is imbued with the tool's effect? Frick, what other freaking tool can I get? Probably like an ice one or something. Using the guard counter one? Oh, okay. Nice, dude. That freaking fight. I'm getting this for good. Okay, what's my next? I need to figure out what my next thing is. Increases the maximum number of spirit items. Ooh. I was literally just thinking about this. Recovers vitality upon performing a successful death blow. Oh no, I remember getting this. So just like, what, 10 minutes ago. I should probably work towards getting this, because this is... That's nice. How much is that going to take? What, just 3 to get over there? Am I going to remember to get all that? Ha! Probably not. Oh boy. Okay, who the fuck are you?
Children of the rejuvenating waters, forgive me, that child. She's the only one left. She must be lonely, trapped in that room by herself.
You guys are freaking holding her hostage.
Must be so lonely. You there? Who are you? What business do you have?
Oh god, don't make me choose. You're gonna make me choose, huh? Shit. Okay, well, I mean, I might as well just say something, because if I don't say anything, you're probably gonna end up slicing my freaking throat open. So, I mean, I might as well just freaking ask about the special.
I'm told that a special holy person lives here.
Remarkably holy. That would be the child, I imagine. But she's not here anymore. It's my fault. The child, she's confined within the inner sanctum. It's impossible to see her now.
I see.
Are you...
Don't make me choose, don't make me choose, don't make me choose.
If that's the case, then actually, I have a favor to ask of you. The child.
Freaking favors. Well, I still gotta get a freaking white flower for that one punk.
If you do see her by some chance, please give her this. It's the least I can do for my own atonement.
A passage discovering a journey to enlightenment for an age I have been blessed by the worm. Yeah. Okay, sick. Thanks, my guy.
Is there something else? This temple is no longer a place
Are
where
those turtles that have snakes on them? On the
that smell. So you're the one who works for the divine heir of the dragon's blood.
That's right.
The divine heir is truly exalted. But exalted or not, man is still man. Oh, I'm so foolish that I didn't understand that myself. Don't leave your divine heir on his own. Leave. It's too late to regret once you've already lost them.
but
Is there this temple?
oh, okay. Oh, thanks. Wow, Peach, I thought you were fucking dead. Should have went to all the way up. Oh, I forgot. This is because we chose the other route. These guys, no, I'm not fighting these little chickens. What you got in store for me, my guy? I don't think I missed anything today. Have you played any of the game called Thymisa? I don't believe so. What's that about? This is just another way of getting over here. I could have probably killed one of those guys. I feel like I missed a lot in there, but fuck fighting all those guys, bro. I ain't got time for that shit. I mean, I do, but. So are you suggesting I say fuck this and go back to the sheet? I have a lot of money. Can you hook me up with like a should ya? Wait, for real? Up to you though. Only we're already this far. Fucking more of these guys? What freaking dealt with them? Oh, you got some freaking moves, alright. Save your homie from getting freaking backstabbed, bitch. You'll be sure to save your sheep by just running around, alright. Won't be getting much further. Here, tell you what, let me get a... Can I get a freaking... what's it called? Is there a freaking, I was about to say Grace. An idol over here? Maybe. Do I take the chance for the maybe? Go find out? Ooh. I regret it. What a way to freaking die. I don't know if I'm supposed to go up first or down, but I'm freaking praying that there's some good shit up here. This is where I just was at. Shows how much I pay attention to my surroundings. I didn't even see that sheep. Alright, what the fuck you got in store for me? Oh boy. Come on, man. Let me see that frickin' blue, my guy, please. Mercy. Please give me that frickin' blue. Please. Please, please, please give me that freaking blue, my guy. Suck. Yo, you know, put me on fire beach. So shit. Come on, man. Give me that sheet. Where's the fucking blue at? Oh, shit. I'm not a fan of this at all. I don't like this very much. I feel like they should add more pellets in this game. This is not enough. It's not enough pellets, dude. Ooh. Senpo style. I'm probably gonna forget that. Ah, I'm probably gonna forget the name of that. Thank you, sir. Oh boy. Oh, it's just these. Oh, this is all. Oh, that was all for that. Yeah, I'm not complaining. I ain't complaining. Oh wait, how many things do I have? Oh, never mind. Oh, I can check it right now, I guess. Would it be? Oh, that's a whole. This is new, right? That's a whole sheet. Oh. All right. Using strikes, unleash your flare of English. Quick attacks on inflict pinch while preventing counterattack. Ooh. Strikes are both a martial art and a form of prayer without strength. Ooh. Quick question. What does Pog mean? So, from my understanding, it's kind of, okay. So, like, do you know the term Kappa? If not, it's kind of like a. How do you explain it? Okay. How do you explain this? It's like from what I understand, it's kind of like you're laughing, but you're not actually laughing. It's kind of like a smirk. If that makes sense. Yeah, hopefully I have that right. Also, where'd you say I'm gonna go? Castle? This one here. Was that the dead end, by the way, Biggle? Was there more to that? I feel like that wasn't. You know what you mean? Yeah, it's kind of like it's like a smirk, but also like more than that. If I don't know how to explain it.
Lord Krull, it is time, Lady Emma. Yes, I know. Master Genichiro is waiting, is he not? I will return to the top of Ashina Castle.
Oh, that's where she's at.
Well, that reed whistle we used before. This time, I will use it to call on you.
It's not a familiar character. Oh, shit! Sorry. I forgot.
I'm sure you are all aware already.
God, there's a lot of
This
shit
coming
here.
battle will determine the fate of all Ashina. We go now to risk our lives for Lord Ishii and the peoples of Ashina. We are Ashina! We are unbreakable! Yeah! For Ashina!
Oh, you ain't gonna do shit. I thought you guys weren't running. I was gonna come back to all you. Boring. Can I? Is there shit all around here? Oh my god, there is. Oh boy. I don't even know what to do first. I don't know why you always think it was. I mean, it sounds like if you just freaking. Oh, it's 2021 too. I can't say that. It sounds like it. All right. Piss off. Oh no! Shit, I wanted to grab that. Oh hey, how's it going? Oh my god. Oh, this is like that one place in freaking Elden Ring. Holy shit. Oh, hey, how's it going, my guy? Ha. Ha. Oh, this is like that one freaking castle that I ran past and cheat. Oh, boy. I'm fighting one of these guys. You're out of your freaking mind. Ooh, oh, God. Ow. Yeah. Screw you, bitch. Freaking dumb. Freaking smash into the flying beach. Wait. Freaking. Oh, that's kind of cool, actually. What the fuck? You guys got some cool ass attacks. I ain't even mad about that sheet. Okay, this is easy ass kill. If you don't fucking suck. I mean, I still killed him, but definitely not as easy as I want it to be. How does he sound like a Finland character? How do I answer that? It just freaking does. What the fuck? Did he come from the kite? What the fuck? Can I cut that sheet down? What the? I can't just have a simple one. All you freaking plebs have to come and intervene. I can't have my freaking alone time. Can I catch a ride on that kite? Dude, this place is freaking cracked. Is there? There's not a thing there. All right. Oh, is that there? Dude, this place is just too many freaking. Oh, hey, how's it going? There's too many freaking enemies in this place, my guy. Ooh, freaking stretch. Freaking. Oh, there's too many freaking people on that beach. You know what? No, I ain't even worth it. Freaking beach. Yeah, this place is too freaking wild. Oh, look. Oh, shit. Okay, I think I missed like 7,000. Can I like catch a break? Frick you, BJ, hitting that sheet. You suck. Get the frick out of here. Oh, I didn't press the button. I didn't press the button. Okay, you know what? Oh, frick all these enemies here. No, it ain't worth it. It ain't worth my freaking time, bitch. I got a sheet to explore. Ow. What's over here? Oh, hey, how's it going? You mind if I eavesdrop right in front of you? Nah, screw you, bitch. So, homie. Frick you, beach. Okay, I definitely feel like I should need to go back for sure. Definitely should not be going this way. I don't know why I'm continuously going this way. Yeah, I definitely should not be going this way. I should be going back. That's wrong button. That's wrong button. For some reason, I thought he was going to do a thrusting move. Ow! He did not do a thrusting move. I just realized I did not spend my freaking gold on buying freaking purses. Keep going that way? Oh. How many coins did I just freaking lose? How many times have I died this stream? Like 40, 30, something like that? You're not gonna tell me how much I freaking lost? I got 700 right now? Okay, don't tell me, don't tell me. Mine has upgraded. Actually, I did. I upgraded my freaking shurikens. Shurikens! This is not it. How do I not? It's literally the one right there, Nick. What the fuck is wrong with you? How do you forget that? Did you even equip the upgraded? What, you gonna equip it? Did I upgrade this? Wait, maybe I didn't upgrade. Oh, no, I didn't because I didn't have a sheet for it.
Get a birch.
I have a good explanation. It's because I was missing one item and then I never went back to do it. Frick, why do I keep going that many? Maybe we should go back and upgrade our sheets. I have like 7,000 things. When am I gonna upgrade? I forgot to use half a sheet anyways. Oh wait, does that mean you're healed now?
It appears as though your old memories have been awakened.
Yes, I saw.
But he goes to our guardian angel. That's what he always is, man.
I see. I won't say any more, and neither should you. All that you saw was yours alone.
Sculptor, what did that Buddha show you?
Were you listening?
Tell me.
Flames.
Flames.
That is all I can see.
Wait, didn't I already hear about
it
this?
It doesn't matter what offering I make. Flames spreading as far as the eye can see and consuming Ashina.
That's...
We're done here.
Give drink? Fuck it. Do we have everything on? Okay. Wait. Okay. Oh boy, I forgot about this sheet. Oh, maybe I should have kept some of my stuff. Yeah, see, this is what I wanted, but I was missing one of the scrap irons, so, yeah, I didn't do it. Okay, now we gotta figure out what the fuck we're gonna upgrade right now. Ooh, I can get this too. Charge up the spring deckers to scatter in all directions. In all directions? While spinning? Ooh. Relax the circles to strike enemies. Press tab during will cause one to roll again continuously in attack. Oh, that's kind of cool. I always aim every game. I say that with love. Nice save. Alright, no, okay, here's the problem I'm having. How often do I even use these sheets? You know, I always forget I have them. Like, what do I even want to upgrade? Also, I want to find more. I guess, what do I use that often? I mean, I guess I use the shortcuts. Shortcuts. I want to be sheet without an guardian angel. I don't know what the fuck to upgrade. I mean, I can only upgrade one thing anyways. Well, I mean two if I get this, but I get these two. What do you guys think? You guys see me play, right? What the fuck do you think I should upgrade? Am I actually even gonna use this at all. Am I even gonna remember? Probably not. So I mean, we have the stuff for it. Might as well just fucking use it. Everything is better than wasting money. Anyway, I don't think I would use the axe one. I mean, I don't barely use the axe nowadays. So let's just get freaking 400 and get the 2 for it. Okay, let's give you a drink, my guy. Treat you under fight's sake. Wait, what does this do? Wait, what's this new? What is that? When did I get that? How long has it been since I talked to this man? You'll need to level those things up anyways to unlock the other ones. Oh, you're right, you're right. Do the spring load firecracker or worth it? Yeah, that's what I'm thinking too.
I brought some sake.
Don't mind if I do.
When did I get this?
Is it not to your liking?
No, it's damn good. But it does make my old wounds ache.
Your left arm?
Yes, and this sake was a favorite of the man who cut it off.
Who was?
Damn.
Lord Ishin.
Ishin.
Oh, I can call that beach.
He did it for my sake.
I'm drinking with old hair now. That's some good shit.
Consumed by what?
Shura.
Damn, homie.
Well, whether you believe me or not, that's for you to decide. But you do well to beware Shura's shadow.
Huh. Ah!
With the mechanical barrel, so I can use various purifying agents to further. So if you find something...
Yeah. Thanks. Alright, we're upgrading the shuriken and the firecracker. I'm pretty sure I can use this without selling it to this guy. I don't know why I'm just fucking do that.
May the departed.
Yeah, shut the fuck. So what are you drinking, easy peasy? What time is it? Holy shit, it's 8:02.
You need...
I still gotta do this one, right? Frick it, we're gonna get more stuff anyways. Actually, I think I can get both these. Frick it, should I get this? Oh, no, it's not available, never mind. Alright. We actually upgraded for once. To listen to a 4-hour stream instead. Honestly, dude, low key, it's freaking Friday. I already fucked up half the stream. Let's fucking do it, YOLO. Alright. Go. Do 20 hours extra balls. Okay, calm down. Alright. Not there. Okay, I think I got it. Okay, I'm not gonna lie, dude. I forgot how to go over there. It was over here, right? Oh, I forgot. I was doing the frickin'. I was doing the castle. Oh, I wasn't over here. I was doing the castle. See, look, dude. My frickin' memory is garbage. Also, don't chime the bell when you get to it. We need to get to the top of the. Yeah, I don't know why I came here. I just. Let's not talk about it. He completely missed the bell. I did. So we're not going to the frickin' ice. You guys are gonna come here.
I'm sure you are all aware already. This coming.
Frickin' beach, I never got time to hear shit. That's amazing, by the way. Oh God. Tough. Oh, okay. Oh. Oh my. Oh wait, that's Hershey, isn't it? How the fuck do you even get up in this beach? Look, Matt, can I just look around for a second? Ow! Do you guys frickin' mind? How the fuck do you even get up there up in this beach? Oh, shit. Look, I was opening the window? Okay, thank you. Holy shit, my God! Damn! That's the wrong freaking button. That is the wrong item. That is the wrong item. Holy shit! I think I need to go up. I want to go up one more. Holy shit. Ran past the window. Am I looking at it? Frickin' blew it. Ah! Dude, can you just like chill? Is there one right here? I'm gonna pass it. Where's that shit at? Oh, frickin' holy shit. Oh, what? I thought I could go right there. Ow! Look, man, give me a freaking. Oh, look, man, I'm just trying to explore over here. Can you just give me a freaking break? There's no goddamn broken window. Freaking talking about, Biggle. Oh! Oh, right here. This looks like a window. I'm just kidding. Okay. This is bullshit window. See that? See, no, he got it. Come on, Bagel. Confusion is the way of the game. I agree. They ran past the chest. Oh! Oh! Oh, oh, you mean this chest? Oh. Oh, oh. Oh. Oh, I forgot to talk to her again about upgrading my sheet. I have 2 frickin' Caesar now, I'm pretty sure. That's not. Ah. How you played the Dark Souls 1? I have not. Bago's been trying to get me to play it, but. You know what? Yeah, when Bagel was playing some of Dark Souls 1, I watched some of his sheet. Or not watched some of it. He kept complaining how garbage the fucking game was.
It seems the sculptor's dragon rot has been cured.
Yes.
Please, give this to him.
Okay, look, I ain't got time. Look, I already. Let me upgrade my sheet.
It's his favorite tea. I thought it would be
No,
a
that was
fitting
Dark
way
Souls
to
2?
celebrate his
Wait, that was
return to
2?
health.
Are you sure?
I'm glad you've come, Master Wolf.
Dark Souls 1 is alright? Oh. Blackout 3? Yeah. Sorry, I ain't got time to give you a drink. I got shit to do. Dark Souls 2 is the worst game I ever played. And I played a lot of crap games. Damn. Wait, are you sure it was 2? I swear it was freaking 1. Huh. Oh, God. Don't tell me. No, I got this. No, wait. Oh, okay. I heard Dark Souls 2 doesn't deserve the back tap. It's a piece of shit. Damn, Drew just pops in. Yeah, it's a piece of shit. So they hit and miss Dark Souls 1. That game was just ass. I want to play just from. Honestly, me too a little bit. Actually, no, I did play too. Ow! As you can tell, my reaction time is not the best. If you couldn't tell. I didn't know anything about the Backlash. I was excited to finish it because I want to jump right into the sequel. And Paul was at his one. Damn, is he really that bad? Well, no, I played what's the one? Which one did I play? I played Scoundrel of the First Sin. That's which one's that one? I'm not fighting your freaking ass. Oh, there's a lot more, you guys. Yeah, I ain't fighting your sheets. I'm freaking out of here. So I'm not going that way. Sorry, homie. Sorry, my guy. There's a lot of hidden sheet here, I can tell. There were some, like, you told me some hints about some hidden sheet. Oh, I want that. Oh, I'm just fucking smacking the shit out of this. Okay, nah, that's just straight up unrealistic. Nah, that's some bullshit. Nah, I want a freaking refund. That's some shit. One and 3 are good. No, I did play 2. I played 2. I forgot the name of the what's it called? The DLC thing I played for that, but I played one of them, I think. That's exactly what I do. I want to freaking hug a wall when there's a freaking right in front of me. Also, true. Just feels like every area gets worse and worse. But I don't want to ruin your experience with this. So you should experience for yourself. Some people Dark Souls 2. Oh, it's hit a lot. Dark Souls 2 just has some very weird mechanics in some places, but maybe you'll like it. Dark Souls 2 has one of the worst areas and needs to. Damn. Would you tell me I didn't get that shit? Damn, I need to get better at that. Since when was I? Oh, hello. Since when was I freaking hold? Oh, shit! I ain't fighting all you motherfuckers. I'm not for myself. I am not fighting all you guys. I'm sorry to freaking put the shit on you, motherfucker. Shit. Ah! God, I'm freaking skipping so much shit. This place is fucking huge. What the fuck is down here? Freaking sheet. Fuck, I need to go back up there and get the other sheet. There's so much shit that's happening right now. Holy shit. You guys get the fuck out of the way. Thank you. I missed some shit over here. Hold on. What was over here again? What was up here? See, I missed this shit right here. Oh, I freaking missed the whole goddamn freaking shit up here. Look at that. I wonder if I want to come back. I want to get that shit. You can say you played it? Did you do all the bosses? Ah, I don't think so, dude. I got carried. I played the whole game. I played the whole game with being summoned sheet. I think it was the first Souls game I played. Okay, before we go in there, dude, I need. Okay, I want to see what this is. Are they gonna hurt me if I lose this? We're gonna find out. Damn. Frickin', I was trying to enjoy a cutscene, you beach. Frickin' punks. Frickin' let me join no goddamn cutscene up in this beach. It's not even a cutscene. Oh wait. That's pretty freaking cool. Oh, I thought I was hitting the guy that was. Gee. Why am I fighting you guys right now? Jesus Christ. What? Oh, we're still in range of that? Did I press the button by accident? I don't know. Feels like a crappy knockoff because Incident from the Games was working on Bloodborne. Oh, I gotta play that game too. Thank you some else on Dark Souls 2. Oh wait, really? I didn't know that. You just play it online? Yeah. I guess I could have just did mine. Just okay, never mind. Let's not talk about it. Yeah, I don't know why I didn't do that. I just now thought of that. No, you're making me check somewhere quick. Did I play 1 or 2? Okay, it was 2. I played Dark Souls 2 Scolder, what the fuck, of the first, and I have 63 hours in that beach. Last time I played was December 12th, 2017. And then I have 45 hours on Dark Souls 3. Wait, that was it? I could put that game in February February 11th? Oh, shit. Yeah, I mean, I guess I do have an opinion now because I've played it for 63 hours. Honestly, dude, it wasn't too freaking bad. I mean, I didn't know what the frick I think this is the very first Souls game I played, so I don't know what the frick I was doing, but I didn't think it was terrible. I don't think. I mean, that was over, what, like 5 years ago? One of the Dark Souls 2 DLCs just had an area where you literally don't see anything and have to walk around 3 minutes towards a boss room while it's really just randomly spawning. What the fuck? Okay, I'm not gonna lie, easy peasy, I've never heard that word in my life. I keep rolling with you. I think I'm just uncultured. I don't fucking understand that word in my life. Do you remember that area? It's the ice area? Oh, yeah! Wait, no, that was... No, I'm thinking of 3.
Those who drink it cannot fully die. No, they become unable to die at all. The rejuvenating water, it also...
It springs from the dragon's blood, does it not?
Yes.
Lady Emma, I do not believe the dragon's blood is sacred. Not at all.
Newsflash. It's an ice area with unicorns spawning. In a permanent snowstorm that you don't see sheep. Unicorns spawning. I don't remember any freaking unicorns. Hey, what's up, Slasher? Thanks for the freaking lurk, my guy. Oh. Oh, great. Oh, great. Great, 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 great. Oh, ho, ho, ho. We're gonna have fun here. Oh, shit. I might thought I would stagger him a little bit there, but newsflash, not. At least I'm like right here. Alright, let's see how the fuck you doing here. Wow, that is very... Dude, I don't have the reaction time for that sheet. What the fuck? Okay, I've had good practice with parrying. I can't let this conquer me now. I just added 2 deaths. No, I can't let this conquer me. It's a parry battle? Okay, I like these parry battles. It gives me a chance to practice. Wow. 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 Okay. Can we have more of those guys? That would be sick. Ghost once lurked the lands of Ashina. The ghost lightning was of the fountain's gods and supple by no means avoid ground for lighting. Yeah, can we have more of those guys? Eel liver. Greatly reduces the amount of damage received from running attacks as well as the shock size. Oh, lightning. That means we're probably gonna have... What the fuck is this? If one is standing on the ground, lightning surges around them, making movement impossible. Wait, you can actually do this? But if one is struck while in the air, the lightning can be dispelled from the body and sent at the enemy instead. Block while hit by the charge. Left click before landing, reversal. Am I gonna freaking remember that? Probably not. Okay, when hit by lightning in the air, charge it before landing. Aren't I already landed? When there's lightning, you jump and press left click midair. Ooh. Game teaches you this for a reason? Huh, boy, alright. I'm probably gonna forget that, I'm not gonna lie with you, my guy. I got to remind my sheet. Yeah, she said she'd call me for her sheet. I think that's what she's freaking doing. Yeah, watch this, watch this, watch this. Ready, ready. Bop! Bop! Never mind.
How is grandfather?
Oh! Oh! This is the beach!
It's a wonder he is still with us. A miracle.
Is that so? Divine Heir, I'll ask you once more. Accept me into your immortal oath.
I cannot do that, Lord Genichiro. Your victory that day means nothing. He will risk his life to take me home.
Bro.
For he is my shinobi.
What a frickin' entrance!
My lord, I have come for you.
Oh, what a frickin' entrance! Holy shit!
Will only take a moment.
Like my oh shit! Oh, this is what I'm frickin' talking about right here.
See,
Oh shit!
for as long as you are alive, the dragon's blood can never be mine.
Oh
Shinobi.
shit! Damn it. Okay, I'll get better eventually. Okay, damn, homie. Okay, I'm getting better. Just give me some time here. Jesus Christ. Okay, I gotta learn on you. You got a lot of freaking moves, my guy. Oh! So straight, actually. You got quick attacks and everything. Freaking talking right there. That's sheep. Damn. Damn it, I wanted to get a little freaking counter attack right there. I'm learning. Damn, that was luck. It's good practice still. Damn it, I dodged the wrong way. Okay, this is good practice. Damn. Ow. Holy shit. Okay. I'm doing kind of good, not gonna lie. Yeah, I died, but. Oh, yeah. Holy shit, bro.
I'm not finished yet.
Fuck you. Stop talking, fight me, dumb bitch. I saw what you're saying, by the way. Yeah, I know. Holy shit! Holy shit! Whee! Ah! Damn. Oh, I got this shit. Damn it, I keep forgetting to use the sheet I have. Damn it, okay. I'm getting there. I'm doing kind of good. I'm getting there, Okay, one more fucking try, please. Damn it! Dude, that was hella good. Holy shit! I'm not even mad that I died. I'm not even mad. Dude, that was freaking sick. Holy shit. Whew! This game is fun once you know what the fuck you're doing. Oh my shit, man. That's the best try we're gonna get. Hell yeah, it is. Oh, Jesus. Okay, hold on. I gotta... Shit. Alright. Alright. Okay. Frick on. Okay, I didn't use any of my goddamn tools. I don't know what the fuck one to use. Is the firecracker even good for this guy? Maybe the shurikens would be good too. That was a sick ass fight, dude. Oh my god.
Face me, Shinobi.
Damn, that destroys my freaking parry. Oh, dude, it's a blessing I didn't choose frickin' mage on Elden Ring. It's a frickin' blessing, bro. Is that considered a thrusting attack right there? When the frick was that holding us? When the fuck am I holding this? I'm on the ground, bitch. How the frick did you hit me? What? What the fuck? Damn. Targeting, please. What? That didn't negate that attack? Oh, I thought I could jump over it. Damn it. I didn't want to jump right there. Whoa. Dude, my timing with these attacks, man. Jesus Christ.
Glory of Ashina.
Ow! Yeah, that was probably the best run we're getting last run. You were not immune on the ground. This guy's fun as sheep. I don't know why I'm going to that one. I can just freaking go to that one.
Face me.
Alright, I need to give. I want to do his freaking thrusting attacks more. But then again, I don't fucking use this often, so I'm like. That's considered a thrust, I can imagine, right? That was not. Pay attention to your freaking parry, Nick. Is your posture, posture, shape. I did it again.
The dragon's root. Kill you as many times as it takes.
Damn, Ash. Spawn my chart right there. Got that sheep. No, I wanted to freaking go back and heal, not jump forward. See, it's like sometimes that move is good, but sometimes it's not, because I tend to mash buttons a lot, and I guess I mash the combo for that when I freaking don't want to. I'm not gonna lie, dude. This stream has probably been the best stream so far, because I'm actually like learning how to play the game correctly now. That's kind of nice. How do I go for this thing? What's gonna happen? Like I'm actually learning the combat from all these freaking bosses today. Woohoo! A freaking fun ass combo. Yeah, I know I shouldn't be going here because I don't have freaking what's it called, but I keep doing shit. And I always go for the bad timing on that one. to do that, but it fucking works. That's the wrong motherfucking button. Fuck, I should. Shit on him. Fucking hit me. What? How? Okay. Now you're not going to thrust anymore? You don't like that shit anymore? What, you don't like freaking thrust anymore? I don't know when I was holding this. That's the wrong button. Frick up them beach. It's the wrong button, Nick. Frick out, nice to get the game. You dumb beach. Oh, shit.
Impressive.
Fucking chop his
divine air.
fucking arm off.
But you deserve better. Would you not answer to a different lord?
Heresy.
Heresy, you say? If it is for
You
the
gonna
sake of
learn?
preserving Ashina, I will seize any manner of heretical strength. I will do any burden. Behold the lightning of Tomoe.
Really? Really? Okay, hold on. What the frick am I supposed to do? Really? Really? I have to do one again, jump and left click? Jesus fucking son of a bitch. Would you say that is easy peasy? When he does a thunder attack, you jump up and left click? Okay, hold on, dude. So you're telling me I have to have the reaction time of fuck God of this shit? Wait, you're telling me I gotta... What is it? You're telling me I gotta survive the first two sheets and then also do a third?
Face me.
Shinobi. I can't see.
Damn! Okay, I was expecting you to let me fucking heal. Guess not.
Dragon's blood. Kill you as many times as it takes.
Every time I go for that shit, you always fucking counter my shit. I didn't dodge that? Let's see, that time I didn't want to do it. I'm feeling a little flustered in this fucking stupid ass corner.
when did I press this? Oh my. Haha. Okay, well, I just scuffed my fucking into this shit. God damn, homie. I was doing hella good. Then this is goddamn. Fucking doing hella good. Fuck, why not do my thing right there? Okay, my God, I had a good ass run. No, you wanna play the range game, Beach? I'm already pooped up. Let's do it. There's no way. Dude, I was doing so fucking good. I had like 4 potions left, dude. Alright. God. Don't give it away. What were you talking about? Oh, you're talking about the lightning? No. It showed me that sheet. I killed the one guy and I looked at the frickin' there was a poster on the sheet. And it showed me how to do it. I just forgot the sheet. Because it said right click to block and then left click to do that sheet. So wait, do I have to jump? Or can I just right click and frickin' block it and then charge it like that? Because it said something about charge.
It's a wonder he is still with us. A miracle.
If I recall correctly, you don't have to block.
Is that so?
Face me,
Shinobi.
Yeah, so yeah, easy peasy. It shows you that. Sorry, my guy, I should have looking at chat earlier. Would have said every time. It's hard to tell what the fuck one is gonna be doing his thrusting on. Dude. Can you like let me get an attack in without you slapping my fucking mouth open? Yeah, I lost all your fucking parry because of that. Fucking slap again. I might as well just reset at this point. This is fucking terrible. What the food? Wait, did I just go for a... Oh, what's it called? Attack? I'm gonna die. I had those freaking potion. What the? Ooh. You gotta be mid-air and then left click if I recall correctly. Okay, so I just gotta freaking know when he's gonna do that shit. Okay, so pretty much whenever I see freaking lightning, I just gotta freaking be an absolute freaking god. I use it like maybe 2 times, so I can't say for sure. Oh, so you're just trying to flex, huh? Just kidding. You're correct, sorry. No, I agree on me. Oh, wait, you're saying sorry to me or him? Wait, if you're saying to me, I'll go, okay. I actually haven't played this game in about a year. Oh, I agree, homie. You don't have to do it, but if it works, it's pretty strong. If I can even freaking get to it again. Dude, I really thought that beach was dead, bro. Like, that was a decently hard fight. But then again, that went pretty quick, but...
Face me.
I still feel like that was a freaking decently long fight. What I'm saying is, it should have ended right there. Okay, so, just to confirm here, whenever I hear the ding 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 ding, that means I'm doing good, right? You beach. That's when you get like that noise of that. That's when you get a perfect parry, right? Yes, ding ding is good.
That was a whole lot of non-ding ding. When was that holding us? Then there's times where I don't know if I should go for an attack. And then he turns out that he's in some other stuff. Why am I engaging right now? I'm like a sheep. No freaking way! Wow! No way that hit me! No way that hit me! And that! And that! What the? Boom! Okay, now, in what universe? In what planet? Universe, city, state? Would that, is that a good idea? I didn't mean that. I forgot. What the fuck is happening?
Kill you as many times as it takes.
What's up, Sasha? I can't see what you're saying. Give me like 5 seconds real quick. Why am I attacking? Why am I attacking? Why? See, I thought you were going for the other one. That's why Come on. Come on. Press R. Okay, I know he's gonna go for that second one. I don't know why I fucking messed it up. Oh, you like that shit? See, I thought you were going for the frickin' this thrusting. Man, you some bullshit. You scamming ass motherfucker. Okay, well now we just frickin' reset all of our frickin' moves. So how was I supposed to know you want to go fashion? Huh? I'm trying to get a frickin' knock off. I actually didn't use this technique to build him, to beat him. Oh really? You'll see how much it does when you pull it off. Why did this fight? He didn't really use lightning that much. Okay, I got you. Ooh, is that these boss? Hey, what's up, Sasha? This is where I finally clicked for me. Yeah, dude, I freaking clicked for me last game. Last fight, second to last hard boss where I got slapped for an hour. Don't get too many dings because then you'll be forced to sing under pressure. Nice Makiri. Is it Makiri? 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 I'm gonna call it Mick. The Mick counter. Dude, I need to use my frickin' tool more, but I don't know which one to use. How's it going, Slasher? What's up, homie? You missed the roller coaster we had like a couple hours ago, man. It was frickin' bad.
Face me. Shinobi.
Look, I knew he was gonna go for the 2, and I still fucked it up. Know your limits, Nick. What, that hit me? That hit me too? I'm already dead. Alright. Hey, don't even give me a chance to freaking heal before you start attacking me. Literally don't even give me a freaking chance. Yeah, I love that. Fuck me, I'm freaking chilling back for a second. Why is it every time I go for that attack, huh? It's now you want to do a thrusting when I think you're going to do the little swing bullshit. And you know what, maybe for the bow I should just not freaking try and parry it. Because that shit book smashed it up. Good look. See, I played that pretty smart, I feel like. Go for 2. Go for 2. I didn't dodge right. Please don't get me in the corner, sir. Thank you, sir, for not hitting me with that. But when the frick was that? Oh, I thought I could dodge it. When the frick was I pressing S right there? See, why can't you do a thrusting right there? I was waiting for the thrust. Man, this guy's freaking rigged. This guy's freaking shit. Shot him. Bro, when am I pressing S, my guy? I don't know what kind of universe you're freaking on right now, my guy, but I'm freaking definitely not. I'm definitely not pressing S. You're done fucking me up here, game, alright? You're messing up my whole freaking flow I have going on here, alright?
The glory of Ashina.
What? Maybe shirking. But it's all about countering and parrying. This fight is a test for the rest of the game. Oh, that's, oh Jesus! This guy's fun though. I gotta learn his what's it called? Freaking his I guess third, or no? Would you call that a second phase? So okay, how would you guys consider phases? Would you guys consider each dot a phase, or would you consider how would you guys consider that sheet? Because I feel like
Shinobi.
I don't know what I consider this. I like this. Yeah. No, this is good. Yeah. I like this shit. Okay, so while all of a sudden my kicking their freaking ass, but last time I was getting my ass kicked. Every time I do that. That totally should have hit him before he hit me. Okay, I'm still not feeling too confident, I'm not gonna lie. Why would I try not to? Oh! Ah! Followed up. Oh, yeah. Why could you... So what? You don't go for the thrusting at all in the second one? Is that just how you're playing right now? No one to stop attacking, my guy. No one to stop attacking. Boss on your sheet. No, I know, I guess. It's every freaking time, man. Bob, I'm not pressing freaking that button. That's the wrong button. Shit. Freaking popping off right away. Oh yeah. See, nah, I thought you were gonna go for the other attack. Can I pop a heal off real quick? Oh yeah. Fuck your attack, dude. Shit. Okay,
Okay, there's literally no way I'm getting this. Like, it's literally no way I'm getting this, but I need to practice his lightning sheet.
Impressive, Shinobi.
Okay, sheet. Okay, so as soon as he starts doing it, jump in the frickin' air and press left click. Okay. Oh, he was about to do it. I don't have the reaction time for that. That's too freaking quick. I know I was mid animation and all, but I ain't got the freaking reaction time for that. You can block it? Oh, you can't block it? Yeah, dude, I don't have the reaction time for that sheet. Holy shit. This would be a good time to use some of the items I have, but we like to play hard mode in this beach. Alright, we're gonna go for one more run and then I gotta dip.
Face me.
Oh, why would I keep attacking up there? No, I want to go for the sheep. Not gonna go for his freaking thrusting. Haha. Yeah, you wanna go for it? Oh shit, I was paying attention. Damn it.
Power of the dragon's blood. Kill you as many times as it takes.
Pretty sure about that. Why would I go for an attack? A little bit of a fail on my end. Oh, what? That doesn't stagger you? Come on, my guy. What the food, man? Come on, my guy. Okay, so maybe like new strat for his second sheet. Maybe we should what's it called? Don't even try and counter that sheet for when he does his jumping attack or his air freaking